Airbus candır ya. Ne haber? Çalışıyor mu gı? Ne yapıyorsun ya?
Kamera açamıyoruz baba.
Kamera açamazsın baba burada.
Değil mi ya?
Canlıda kamera açamazsın. Sadece konuşabilirsin baba.
Düğündeyiz baba.
Yapma ya. Ne yapıyorsun düğünde ya? Ne yapıyorsun düğünde gene?
Ekmek parası abi. Ne yapayım? Evde yok.
Ekmek parası. Ekmek parası ya.
Abi co-pilotun olayım abi. Az paraya çalışırım abi.
Topla topla. Topla.
Hocam biraz da seçme abi.
Seçmeden gönder. Seçmeden gönder. Seçmeden gönder. Ne yapayım? Oy oy Eminem. Abi şeyi nasıl gönderiyordun da ya? Bir yerden gönderiyorduk ama. Nereden gönderiyorduk? Nereden gönderiyorduk?
Bir tane elektriği açıyorsun yukarıdan önce. Lavlar ortada oluyor.
Yok onlar
Bir
değil
tane
ya, o
elektriği
değil ya.
açıyorsun. Ondan sonra batarya 1, batarya 2 açıyorsun.
Hah burada buldum. Yok şeyi soruyorum ya, bu atıyorduk ya dalga.
Ondan sonra en ortada altta yine baş üstünde apu var. Apuyu açıyorsun.
5 koyalım baba. Set a winner. 10 koyalım. Oyun must be greater diyor. 5 koyalım. 10 koyalım baba. Send comment. Share the slide. 10 dakika. Minimum member level drive. Minimum member level drive diyelim ya. Dur bakayım. Send. Hah. Welcome my friends. Kim var burada şimdi bizde? 61 tanesi beğeni atılmış. Kont. Serdar burada. Bunun sesi kapanmıyor. Bunun sesi kapanmıyor. Arkadaşlar. Airbus candır baba. Biz bir yerden Iceland. Bak. Hayt. Ya şu güzel. Refresh. Refresh. User is live. Tamam. Bunu nereden görüyor? Hiç. Değil. Bunları ayarlayana kadar zaten 10 saat geçiyor arkadaş. Bunları ayar edene kadar 10 saat geçiyor. Life info. Life zaten veriyor. Ama buna gerek yok baba. Kapatalım şunu. Life info. Artık oyun mu? Tamam. Tam basıyordum ben. Bir yerden şeyi görüyordum. Bu nasıl yapıyor? Life access. Güzel. Tamam da. Şunu nasıl yapıyor? Bunu nasıl yapacak? O hostu istemiyoruz. Hombre. Alo, hombre. Hombre. Alo, hola, hola. Hola, hola. Hola, hola. Hola, bro. How are you? Alo Mavi. Hoş geldin Mavi. Ne haber? Nasılsın? İyi misin? Her şey yolunda. Ya buradan şeye basıyordum ben kontrol etmek için ona bakamıyorum ya. Sağ olun, çok teşekkür ederim. Sağ olun, gayet iyi. Gayet iyi, sağ olun. Engin. Ay ay ay. Teşekkür ederim, sağ olun. Sizler de öyle. Siz de hep iyi olun. Hombre, hombre, hombre. Ah, hola, hombre. Hopla.
let's start setting up. Okay.
Refueling truck is on its way. Please don't load aircraft until the fuel truck arrives and ask to do it. Fuel truck is in position. Please don't load aircraft until the fuel truck arrives and ask to do it.
I'm out for the walk around.
Please use your airplane fuel system to set the desired fuel quantity.
I'm back. No issues on the walk around. Okay.
Hi,
Boarding
the security and
requested.
safety check are all done. Are we good to start boarding?
Crew
Yes,
lost
you can
is
start
coming.
boarding.
Thanks.
Pilot's boarding starting. Crew boarding starting.
Aviation Whiskey, 1800 Zulu. Wind 132 at 16. Visibility, 9er. Sky condition, ceiling 3200 broken. Temperature, 9er. Dew point 13. QNH 1007. ILS Yankee Runway 10 in use. Landing and departing runway 10. VFR aircraft say direction of flight. All aircraft read back, hold short instructions. Advise controller on initial contact you have whiskey.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome on board today. As you locate your assigned seats, please place your smaller
Keflavík
items under the
Airport.
seat in front.
Information Whiskey
Provide more room for
1836.
larger
Wind
items
132
in our
degrees at
overhead
16 knots.
compartments.
Visibility 10 kilometers or more. Sky condition broken 2,500 feet. Broken to 2,000 feet. Temperature 9er. Dew point 6. QNH 1007. Transition altitude 7,000. Transition level flight level 80. Landing runway 10. Departure runway 19. With information Whiskey.
Landing and departing runway 10.
Keflavík Airport. Information Whiskey 1836. Wind 132 degrees at 16 knots. Visibility 10 kilometers or more. Sky condition broken 2,500 feet. Broken to 2,000 feet. Temperature 9er. Dew point 6. QNH 1007. Transition altitude 7,000. Transition level flight level 80. Landing runway 10.
Good day, ladies and
Departure
gentlemen.
runway
From the flight
19.
deck, this is the
With
captain
information
speaking.
Whiskey.
On behalf of the entire flight crew and myself, I'd like to welcome you aboard today's flight.
Keflavík
Our
Airport.
flight attendants are
Information
there for
Whiskey
your comfort, but more importantly
1836.
for your safety.
Wind
So
132
please
degrees
wait
at
for minutes of
16
your undivided
knots.
attention while we
Visibility
go over
10
safety
kilometers or
features of
more.
this
Sky
aircraft.
condition broken
Once the boarding
2,500
process is
feet.
complete, you
Broken
get
to
the cabin door
2,000
closed and
feet.
push off the gate
Temperature
for an on-time
9.
departure.
Dew point
In the
6.
meantime, please sit
QNH
back, relax, enjoy the
1007.
ride. Welcome
Transition
aboard.
altitude 7,000. Transition level flight level 80. Landing runway 10. Departure runway 19. With information Whiskey.
Passengers boarding started.
Keflavík Airport. Information Whiskey 1836. Wind 132 degrees.
Boarding pass, please. Hello. Hello. Hello. Boarding pass, please. Hello. Boarding pass, please. Welcome on board. Good evening. Welcome on board. Hello.
Boarding completed.
Ladies and gentlemen from the flight deck, on behalf of myself, your captain, the first officer, and cabin crew, I'd like to take this time to welcome you aboard our flight. We're just wrapping up some paperwork up front here and waiting to see final numbers from the ground crew, then we'll be on our way. Flight attendants will be coming through the cabin shortly with a very important safety briefing. We do ask that you give them your full, undivided attention as they review the safety operations of this Airbus aircraft. We do appreciate your business having you aboard this flight. If there's anything we do to make your flight any more enjoyable, please don't hesitate to ask. Welcome aboard.
Hey guys, are we clear to close?
Yes.
Thanks. Let me know if you need anything.
Keflavík ground. ICR 909er kilo. Runway vacated. ICR 909er kilo. Taxi to stand 16. Clear Echo 4 November 12. Taxi to stand 16. Via Echo 4 November 12. ICR 909er kilo.
Keflavík ground. Tops was 12908. Stand 41. Request push and start clearance.
Tops was 12908. Pushback and engine start approved.
Push and engine start approved. Tops was 12908. Keflavík ground. Tops was 12908. Request taxi.
Tops was 12908. Taxi to holding point runway 19er, via Kilo 2 Echo 4.
Taxi to holding point runway 19er, via Kilo 2 Echo 4, tops, was 129er 8.
Tops was 129er 8. Contact Keflavík Tower 118.3.
118.3 tops, was 129er 8.
Keflavík Addis. Information Whiskey 1836. Wind 132 degrees at 16 knots. Visibility 10 kilometers or more. Sky condition broken 2,500 feet. Broken to 2,000 feet. Temperature 9er, dew point 6. Wind H1007. Transition altitude 7,000. Transition level flight level 80. Landing runway 10. Departure runway 19er. With information Whiskey. Keflavík Addis. Information Whiskey 1836. Wind 132 degrees at 16 knots. Visibility 10 kilometers or more. Sky condition broken 2,500 feet. Broken to 2,000 feet. Temperature 9er, dew point 6. Wind H1007. Transition altitude 7,000. Transition level flight level 80. Landing runway 10. Departure runway 19er. With information Whiskey. Keflavík Addis. Information Whiskey 1836. Wind 132 degrees at 16 knots. Level 80. Landing runway 10. Departure runway 19er. With information Whiskey. Keflavík Addis. Information Whiskey 1836. Wind 132 degrees at 16 knots. Visibility 10 kilometers or more. Sky condition broken 2,500 feet. Broken to 2,000 feet. Temperature 9er, dew point 6. Wind H1007. Transition altitude 7,000. Transition level flight level 80. Landing runway 10. Departure runway 19er. With information Whiskey. Keflavík Addis. Information Whiskey 1836. Wind 132 degrees at 16 knots. Visibility 10 kilometers or more. Sky condition broken 2,500 feet. Broken to 2,000 feet. Temperature 9er, dew point 6. Wind H1007. Transition altitude 7,000. Transition level flight level 80. Landing runway 10. Departure runway 19er. With information Whiskey. Keflavík Addis. Information Whiskey 1836. Wind 132 degrees at 16 knots. Visibility 10 kilometers or more. Sky condition broken 2,500 feet. Broken to 2,000 feet. Temperature 9 dew point 6. Moon H1007. Transition altitude 7,000. Transition level flight level 80. Landing runway 10. Departure runway 19. With information Whiskey. Keflavík Addis. Information Whiskey 1836. Wind 132 degrees at 16 knots. Visibility 10 kilometers or more. Sky condition broken 2,500 feet. Broken to 2,000 feet. Temperature 9 dew point 6. Moon H1007. Transition altitude 7,000. Transition level flight level 80. Landing runway 10. Departure runway 19. With information Whiskey. Keflavík Addis. Information Whiskey 1836. Wind 132 degrees at 16 knots. Visibility 10 kilometers or more. Sky condition broken 2,500 feet. Broken to 2,000 feet. Temperature 9 dew point 6. Moon H1007. Transition altitude 7,000. Transition level flight level 80. Landing runway 10. Departure runway 19. With information Whiskey. Keflavík Addis.
Completed.
Completed. Gear pins and covers.
Removed.
Signs.
On and auto.
Are you sure about that? Adheres.
Nav.
Fuel quantity.
10580 pounds. Set.
Takeoff data.
Keflavík ground. Ice Air 50, stand 42. Request push and start clearance. Ice Air 50, push back and engine start approved. Push and engine start approved. Ice Air 50. Keflavík ground. Ice Air 50, request taxi. Ice Air 50, taxi to holding point runway 19, via Kilo 2 Echo 4. Taxi to holding point runway 19, via Kilo 2 Echo 4, Ice Air 50.
Set.
Barrel ref.
1013. Set.
1013. Set. Down to the line.
Keflavík Addis. Information X-ray 1906. Wind 132 degrees at 15 knots. Visibility 10 kilometers or more. Sky condition scattered 2,300 feet. Broken to 2,000 feet. Temperature 9 dew point 6. Moon H1007. Transition altitude 7,000. Transition level flight level 80. Landing runway 10. Departure runway 19. With information X-ray. Keflavík Addis. Information X-ray 1906. Wind 132 degrees at 15 knots. Visibility 10 kilometers or more. Sky condition scattered 2,300 feet. Broken to 2,000 feet. Temperature 9 dew point 6. Moon H1007. Transition altitude 7,000. Transition level flight level 80. Landing runway 10. Departure runway 19. With information X-ray. Keflavík Addis. Information X-ray 1906. Wind 132 degrees at 15 knots. Visibility 10 kilometers or more. Sky conditions scattered 2,300 feet. Broken 2,000 feet. Temperature 9er. Dew point 6. Wind H1007. Transition altitude 7,000. Transition level flight level 80. Landing runway 10. Departure runway 19er. With information X-ray. Keflavík Addis. Information X-ray 1906. Wind 132 degrees at 15 knots. Visibility 10 kilometers or more. Sky conditions scattered 2,300 feet. Broken 2,000 feet. Temperature 9er. Dew point 6. Wind H1007. Transition altitude 7,000. Transition level flight level 80. Landing runway 10. Departure runway 19er. With information X-ray. Keflavík Addis. Information X-ray 1906. Wind 132 degrees at 15 knots. Visibility 10 kilometers or more. Sky conditions scattered 2,300 feet. Broken 2,000 feet.
ICER 50. Contact Keflavík Tower 118.3.
Keflavík Tower 118.3. ICER 50.
Keflavík ground. 9er Hotel Whiskey Alpha Kilo. Runway vacated.
9er Hotel Whiskey Alpha Kilo. Taxi to stand.
Keflavík clearance. Mike Whiskey Alpha 2428 with information X-ray. Request clearance to Akureyri. Stand 49er.
Mike Whiskey Alpha 2428 cleared to Akureyri. Expect loop 3 Charlie departure runway 19er. Initial climb 6,000, then is filed. Squawk 6446.
Cleared to Akureyri. Expect loop 3 Charlie departure runway 19er. Initial climb 6,000, then is filed. Squawk 6446, Mike Whiskey Alpha 2428.
Mike Whiskey Alpha 2428 readback is correct. Contact when ready. Keflavík ground 121.9er.
Keflavík ground 121.9er. Will contact when ready. Mike Whiskey Alpha 2428.
Ja. Ne? Ay. Ne vardı orada? Ne?
Keflavík clearance. Wizz Air 87 Lima. A Romeo. Request clearance to Piazzois. Stand 47. With information X-ray. Wizz Air 87 Lima. A Romeo cleared to Piazzois. Expect Oscar 3 Charlie departure runway 19er. Initial climb 6,000. Then is filed. Walk 6552. Cleared to Piazzois. Expect Oscar 3 Charlie departure runway 19er. Initial climb 6,000. Then is filed. Squawk 6552 Wizz Air 87 Lima. A Romeo. Wizz Air 87 Lima. A Romeo readback is correct. When ready, contact Keflavík ground 121.9er. Contact Keflavík ground 121.9er when ready. Wizz Air 87 Lima. A Romeo.
Selam Irina. Hello, hello. Hello, willkommen. Island. Ach, Island. Island.
Keflavík clearance. Wizz Air 838 Papa, with information X-ray. Request clearance to Lech Walesa. We are at stand 17. Wizz Air 838 Papa, cleared to Lech Walesa. Expect Oscu 3 Charlie departure runway 19er. Initial climb 6000, then as filed. Squawk 6551. Cleared to Lech Walesa. Expect Oscu 3 Charlie departure runway 19er. Initial climb 6000, then as filed. Squawk 6551, Wizz Air 838 Papa. Wizz Air 838 Papa, read back is correct. When ready, contact Keflavík ground 121.9er. When ready, 121.9er. Wizz Air 838 Papa.
Willkommen an Bord oder willkommen im Cockpit. Mein Name ist Sandro. Das Tutorial zeigt Einsteigern, aber auch Fortgeschrittenen, wie man den Airbus A320neo vor dem Flug ganz einfach programmiert. Spaß dabei. für Multi-Pro Display. Klingt erstmal kompliziert, ist aber im Grunde der Fortschritt für uns an. Sie geben die Quote ein, sagen hier schneller fliegen und wann er steigen oder sinken soll. Also quasi das Navi, Gehirn und Terminplaner in einem. Ohne ihn will der Autopilot ziemlich doof aus der Wäsche schauen. Kurz gesagt, wer weiß, wie man mit dir spricht. Quatsch. Das Tutorial ist in 2 Teile aufgeteilt, damit du genau das bekommst, was du brauchst. Im ersten Teil nehme ich dich mit in die vollständige Flight Preparation. So sie auch im echten Cockpit ablaufen.
Was there A38 Papa? Contact Keflavík Tower 118.3. Keflavík Tower 118.3. Was there A38 Papa?
Oh. Manyak.
So we just took off from Philly, and our plane is heading on the departure path. We want the plane to turn to our first waypoint, ditch, and resume its navigation. To perform a direct... So we just took off from Philly, and our plane is heading on the departure path. We want the plane to turn to our path will... If you want to add a waypoint, plane will go to Browers. These are the
Hello, Airbus Cockpit Coach here, and welcome to the channel. Today we're going to look at the programming of the MCDU, which stands for the Multifunction Control and Display Unit, which is down here on the forward pedestal. You've got one on each side, one for the captain, one for the first officer. Sometimes that's referred to as the MCDU, and some people even use terminology from other aircraft such as the FMS, the Flight Management System. So essentially it's the same thing but within the Airbus. That's what we call it. So the MCDU is what we're programming today. Essentially that builds up the lateral and vertical profile for our flight and what the aircraft will follow. So we're here in London Luton in the Phoenix A320. We've got a flight sort of imported through SimBrief from London Luton to Larnaca in Cyprus, and we're going to get that set up now in the box. So initially. We are in a turnaround state here at the moment, but we would look at the there's a bit of an acronym we'd use actually for programming the MCDU. So it's diff SWIP, which stands for the data page, the init A page.
Hey, previous videos in this series, I do all of my that's around 100 is a nice short port codes. You're going to see it's going to choose a route automatically for you, and you can also see the distance between easy. Try to new video every 2 weeks with pronounced both ways, so you can call it however you want, which explains how to messages back from the MCDU life. The way you use the menus on here needs to manage the flight that we're going to do. I've heard it pronounced both every 2 weeks with tips. I do want to remind you, if you get some value from this video, please make sure to hit the like button, and if you'd like to get more content like this, make sure to hit subscribe as well. I publish a new video every 2 weeks with tips, tricks, and tutorials for newcomers to the world of flight sim. Like I was saying, I'm at the point where I'm ready to start programming the MCDU or MCDU. I've heard it pronounced both ways, so you can call it however you want, and we're going to give it all of the information it needs to manage the flight that we're going to be doing today. If you're not sure how to start up the airplane, you can check out the previous video, which is a really short one, which explains how to bring the airplane to life. The way you use the menus on here is very similar to how it works in the G1000 and general aviation airplanes. All you do is you press the button that's aligned with the option that you want to choose. This area of the screen is what's called the scratch pad, and it's where you're going to get messages back from the MCDU when it needs to tell you something, and it's also where you're going to see values appear when you punch them in. So I don't really have to do anything for this one, and all I'm going to do to just erase the message is press the clear button. Before we can import our flight plan from SimBrief, we're going to actually have to do a little bit of setup in the EFB. So let's head over there right now and go into settings and then go into ATSU AOC.
Keflavík Airport information Yankee 1900 Zulu. Wind 132 at 15. Visibility 9er.
Keflavík Addis. Information X-ray 1906. Wind 132 degrees at 15 knots. Visibility 10 kilometers or more. Sky condition scattered 2,300 feet. Broken to 2,000 feet. Temperature 9er, 2.6. NH1007. Transition altitude 7,000. Transition level flight level 80. Landing runway 10. Departure runway 19er. With information X-ray.
And on that screen that's going to appear, there'll be your pilot ID.
Keflavík Addis. Information X-ray 1906. Wind 132 degrees at 15 knots. Visibility 10 kilometers or more. Sky condition scattered 2,300 feet. Broken to 2,000 feet. Temperature 9er, 2.6. NH1007. Transition altitude 7,000. Transition level flight level 80. Landing runway 10. Departure runway 19er. With information X-ray. Keflavík Addis. Information X-ray 1906. Wind 132 degrees at 15 knots. Visibility 10 kilometers or more. Sky condition scattered 2,300 feet. Broken to 2,000 feet. Temperature 9er, 2.6. NH1007. Transition altitude 7,000. Transition level flight level 80. Landing runway 10. Departure runway 19er. With information X-ray. Keflavík Addis. Information Yankee 1937. Wind 132 degrees at 15 knots. Visibility 10 kilometers or more. Sky condition scattered 2,200 feet. Broken to 2,000 feet. Temperature 9er, 2.6. NH1007. Transition altitude 7,000. Transition level flight level 80. Landing runway 10. Departure runway 19er. With information Yankee. Keflavík Addis. Information Yankee 1937. Wind 132 degrees at 15 knots. Visibility 10 kilometers or more. Sky condition scattered 2,200 feet. Broken to 2,000 feet. Temperature 9er, 2.6. NH1007. Transition altitude 7,000. Transition level flight level 80. Landing runway 10. Departure runway 19er. With information Yankee. Keflavík Addis. Information Yankee 1937. Wind 132 degrees at 15 knots. Visibility 10 kilometers or more. Sky condition scattered 2,200 feet. Broken to 2,000 feet. Temperature 9er, 2.6. NH1007. Transition altitude 7,000. Transition level flight level 80. Landing runway 10. Departure runway 19er. With information Yankee. Keflavík Addis. Information Yankee 1937. Wind 132 degrees at 15 knots. Visibility 10 kilometers for more sky conditions scattered 2,200 feet. Broken to 2,000 feet. Temperature 9 2.6. On H1007. Transition altitude 7,000. Transition level flight level 80. Landing runway 10. Departure runway 19. With information Yankee. Keflavík Addis. Information Yankee 1937. Wind 132 degrees at 15 knots. Visibility 10 kilometers for more sky conditions scattered 2,200 feet. Broken to 2,000 feet. Temperature 9 2.6. On H1007. Transition altitude 7,000. Transition level flight level 80. Landing runway 10. Departure runway 19. With information Yankee. Keflavík Addis. Information Yankee 1937. Wind 132 degrees at 15 knots. Visibility 10 kilometers for more sky conditions scattered 2,200 feet. Broken to 2,000 feet. Temperature 9 2.6. On H1007. Transition altitude 7,000. Transition level flight level 80. Landing runway 10. Departure runway 19. With information Yankee. Keflavík Addis. Information Yankee 1937. Wind 132 degrees at 15 knots. Visibility 10 kilometers for more sky conditions scattered 2,200 feet. Broken to 2,000 feet. Temperature 9 2.6. On H1007. Transition altitude 7,000. Transition level flight level 80. Landing runway 10. Departure runway 19. With information Yankee. Keflavík Addis. Information Yankee 1937. Wind 132 degrees at 15 knots. Visibility 10 kilometers for more sky conditions scattered 2,200 feet. Broken to 2,000 feet. Temperature 9 2.6. On H1007. Transition altitude 7,000. Transition level flight level 80. Landing runway 10. Departure runway 19. With information Yankee.
A few seconds ago.
Keflavík Addis. Information Yankee 1937.
To do that, we're going to go into the ATSU menu, and then we're going to go into the AOC menu, which is where you would have all of the different ways that you can communicate with SimBrief to get information from it. From here, to import the flight plan, I'm going to go into Init Press right at the top, and then I'm going to press the Init Data Request button. This is what's communicating out to SimBrief, and it's importing the information of the flight plan into the MCDU right now. I can see that my departure and destination is right, so I can keep going. If nothing shows up when you press the Init Data Request, make sure that your SimBrief config is right in the AFB. Use either your pilot ID, and if that doesn't work, try your username. And if that's all okay and you're still not seeing anything, you probably just forgot to press the Generate Flight button on your flight plan. Now, even though it's imported a lot of the information of our flight plan for us, there's still a fair bit of information that we need to complete ourselves. We're going to do that in just 1 second. Before that, what I like to do is go back to DEFB, go to the homepage DEFB, and click the Load from SimBrief button here as well, so that all of the flight info is in the EFB as well. With that done, I'm going to go back to the MCDU, and we're going to go up again to the AOC menu, and before we continue with loading up the flight plan, I'm actually going to go into weight and balance. I'm actually going to go into weight and balance, and I'm going to send a request to SimBrief to get all of the information for how many passengers we're going to have and how much. Much payload we're going to have. Once
Keflavík Airport information Yankee 1900 Zulu. Wind 132 at
Keflavík Addis. Information Yankee 1937. Wind 132 degrees at 15 knots. Visibility 10 kilometers or more. Sky conditions scattered 2,200 feet. Broken 2,000 feet. Temperature 9er. Dew point 6. Wind 81007. Transition altitude 7,000. Transition level flight level 80. Landing runway 10. Departure runway 19er. With information Yankee. Keflavík Addis. Information Yankee 1937. Wind 132 degrees at 15 knots. Visibility 10 kilometers or more. Sky conditions scattered 2,200 feet. Broken 2,000 feet. Temperature 9er. Dew point 6. Wind 81007. Transition altitude 7,000. Transition level flight level 80. Landing runway 10. Departure runway 19er. With information Yankee. Keflavík Addis. Information Yankee 1937. Wind 132 degrees at 15 knots. Visibility 10 kilometers or more. Sky conditions scattered 2,200 feet. Broken 2,000 feet. Temperature 9er. Dew point 6. Wind 81007. Transition altitude 7,000. Transition level flight level 8. Keflavík ground. ACR 855, request push and engine start. Stand 41.
ICR 855, cleared for push and engine start.
Cleared for push and engine start. ICR 855. Keflavík ground. ICR 855, request taxi.
ICR 855, taxi to holding point runway 19er, via Kilo 2 Echo 4.
Taxi to holding point runway 19er, via Kilo 2 Echo 4, ICR 855.
ICR 855, contact Keflavík Tower 118.3.
Keflavík Tower 118.3, ICR 855.
Keflavík Airport, information Yankee, 1900 Zulu.
Evet.
Keflavík ground. Acer 605. We are ready for push and start. Stand 17.
Acer 605, push and engine start approved.
Push and engine start approved. Acer 605. Keflavík ground. Acer 605, request taxi.
Acer 605, taxi to holding point runway 19er, via November 1 to November 4.
Taxi to holding point runway 19er, via November 1 to November 4. Acer 605. Keflavík ground. Acer 619er, request push and engine start. Stand 42.
Acer 619er, push back and engine start approved.
Push and engine start approved. Acer 619er. Keflavík ground. Acer 619er, request taxi.
Keflavík Airport information Yankee 1900 Zulu. Wind
Keflavík Addis. Information Yankee 1937. Wind 132 degrees at 15 knots. Visibility 10 kilometers or more. Sky conditions scattered 2,200 feet. 07. Transition altitude 7,000. Transition level flight level 80. Landing runway 10. Departure runway 19er. With information Yankee. Keflavík Addis. Information Yankee 1937. Wind 132 degrees at 15 knots. Visibility 10 kilometers or more. Sky conditions scattered 2,200 feet. Broken to 2,000 feet. Temperature 9er. 2.6. Going H1007. Transition altitude 7,000. Transition level flight level 80. Landing runway 10. Departure runway 19er. With information Yankee. Keflavík Addis. Information Yankee 1937. Wind 132 degrees at 15 knots. Visibility 10 kilometers or more. Sky conditions scattered 2,200 feet. Broken to 2,000 feet. Temperature 9er. 2.6. Transition altitude 7.
Keflavík Airport information
19er. Within
Keflavík Airport information Zulu 1900 Zulu. Wind 132 at 15. Visibility 9er. Sky condition ceiling 20.
Abi neyse bu. Başka bir şey bu. Başka bir şey baba. Mouse değil mi? Mouse. Mouse.
Iceland 619er. Contact Keflavík Tower 118.3.
118.3 Iceland 619er.
broken. Temperature 9er. Dew point 1 tree. QNH 1007. ILS Yankee runway 10 in use. Landing and departing runway 10. VFR aircraft say direction of flight. All aircraft read back, hold short instructions. Advise controller on initial contact you have Zulu.
Evet baba. Yes.
Keflavík ground. Iceland 11 Papa. We are at stand 41. Ready for push and engine start.
Iceland 11 Papa. Push and engine start approved.
Cleared for push and engine start. Iceland 11 Papa.
Keflavík Airport information Zulu 20.
Keflavík Addis. Information Yankee 1.
Taxi.
2000 Zulu.
Iceland 1 Papa. Taxi to holding point runway 19. Via Kilo 2 Echo 4.
Ceiling 2500 broken. Temperature 9er.
Taxi to holding point runway 19. Via Kilo 2 Echo 4. Iceland 1 Papa.
10 in use. Landing and departing runway 10. VFR aircraft say direction of flight. All aircraft read back, hold short instructions. Advise controller on initial contact you have Zulu.
nereden çıkmıyor?
Icer 11 Papa. Contact Keflavík Tower 118.3.
Keflavík Tower 118.3. Icer 11 Papa.
Keflavík Airport information.
Keflavík Addis. Information Zulu 200.
Keflavík clearance. Transavia 85 Kilo with information Zulu. Request clearance to Skiffle. Stand 42.
Transavia 85 Kilo cleared to Skiffle. Expect Oscar 3 Charlie departure runway 19er. Initial climb 6000. Then is filed. Squawk 6546.
Cleared to Skiffle. Expect Oscar 3 Charlie departure. Runway 19er. Initial climb 6000. Then is filed. Squawk 6546. Transavia 85 Kilo.
Transavia 85 Kilo readback is correct. Contact Keflavík ground 121.9 when ready.
When ready 121.9. Transavia 85 Kilo.
Keflavík Airport information. Keflavík Airport information.
Once the information comes back, I can start the boarding process here by just pressing start. I like to do this now because by the time the boarding's completed, I'll be ready to push back because I'll probably have finished loading up the MCDU as well. Alright, let's continue with the next step, and that's going to the init page of the MCDU. You can see here I've got a bunch of blank spots here. So if I just press the init request, this is again going to go out the SimBrief and load up all of our initial data for our flight. And with that done, I'm ready to move on to the next step, which is going into build the flight plan. You can see it imported a bunch of the waypoints of our flight for us, but there's still a few things that we need to do specifically for the departure and destination. One neat thing that you can do, if you zoom out just a little bit, you can set the multifunction display to plan mode and increase the range to maybe about 40 nautical. miles, and you can actually see your route here from the airport all the way down to your destination. So I like to zoom out just a little bit like this, and this will make it a little bit easier for me to see the route visually rather than just looking at the waypoints on the screen. To scroll through the waypoints, this is one thing that I actually found a little bit weird when I got started, is the arrow keys seem to work opposite what you might think. So you have to press the up key to go down. and the down key to go back up towards your departure. Alright, so I am back at the start of my flight plan, and I'm going to just click on my departure airport right here, and I'm going to choose my departure options, and I'm going to choose the 26 right runway, which is what's written on my flight plan in SimBrief. And finally, I have to choose the standard instrument departure, or SID. This is why in the SimBrief section I was saying that we should definitely always choose one that has departure, because it's going to make this part a little bit easier. In my case, I know that I'm flying the Raji 3 departure, because that's what's on my SimBrief plan, so I just click on that one. You can really only pick the right transition if you compare the chart to where your flight plan is going and you figure out something that makes sense. However, what I would say when you're just getting started, you don't need to worry about the transition. You can just not pick one right here and just click the insert button. And now we can see that it's actually loaded up all of my different waypoints here that I need for the departure. There is one weird thing about the flight plan though. I scroll down just one more notch, you can see it. I have the Raji waypoint there twice, and there's something in the middle between the two called a flight discontinuity. A discontinuity is really just a way for the MCDU to tell you that it doesn't know what it should do.
Keflavík clearance. Acer 7 Kilo, with information Zulu. Request clearance to Logan. We are at stand 17.
Acer 7 Kilo, clear to Logan. Expect Rollo 3 Charlie departure runway 19er. Initial climb flight level 210. Then is filed. Squawk 6547.
Cleared to Logan. Expect Rollo 3 Charlie departure runway 19er. Initial climb flight level 210. Then is filed. Squawk 6547, Acer 7 Kilo.
Acer
Aman
7
baba,
kilo,
aman
read back
baba,
is
aman
correct.
baba.
Contact when ready, Keflavík
Hadi
ground
baba.
121.9er.
Contact Keflavík ground 121.9er when ready. Acer 7 kilo.
Boyuna kapıyı açıyorlar arkadan biri.
Ne diyor baba?
Arkadan kapıyı açıyor boyuna biri. Gırç yapıyor.
Ha?
Arkadan biri kapıyı açıyor diyorum. Sürekli gırç yapıyor.
Evet baba.
Kapıları yağlamak lazım.
Yağladım kapıları şimdi. Anlatıyor amcam abi, dinliyoruz.
Ha.
And then I take the waypoint that I want to remove, which is this duplicate regie. Now I gotta try and get rid of the flight plan this and the easiest way, and most often this is going to be clear button, and just press the F minus continuity one, which is this one right here. And you can see in this case it actually.
Hayda, kolaymış lan. Basıyor. Görev basıyorsun. Buna basıyorsun. Hah. Aferin sana. Peştemal gibi buldu orayı.
Peştemal gibi mi?
Hah. Tamam baba. Heh.
Ver gazı baba. Ver
Yok.
gazı.
Aha, sen hemen gaz ver. Hemen gaz ver. Hemen. Hemen gaz ver. Hayret
Gaz
bir şey.
ver baba. Gaz
Ulan
ver baba.
Ulan minibüs gibisin ha. Yemin ediyorum minibüs gibi.
Herhalde ben minibüs şoförüyüm abi direkt.
Kadıköy Pendik anasını.
Gaz ver baba.
Kadıköy Pendik baba. Kadıköy Pendik. Evet. Onu da yaptık. Site. Ben bunu kapatacağız lan. Ha. Ay. Evet. Bunlar ya.
Ah.
Şu anda 64.000 dostuna. Bu ne? Gayet güzel.
Keflavík clearance. Niner Hotel Whiskey Alpha Kilo with information Zulu. Request clearance to Malpensa. We are at stand 22.
Evet abi.
Niner Hotel Whiskey Alpha Kilo, cleared to Mal, Pensa. Expect Pixu 2 Charlie departure runway 19er. Initial climb flight level 70. Then is filed. Squawk 6453.
There are some situations where trying to clear this completely isn't going to work.
Clear to Malpensa. Expect Pixu 2 Charlie departure runway 19er. Initial climb flight level 70. Then is filed. Squawk 6453. Niner Hotel Whiskey Alpha Kilo.
I've got my destination airport right here.
Niner Hotel Whiskey Alpha Kilo, readback is correct. Contact when ready, Keflavík ground 121.9er.
121.9er when ready. Niner Hotel Whiskey Alpha Kilo.
I'm actually going to use the line instead since the winds are pretty low. It's a lot more complicated to know when and how to descend in the approach phase for the localizer and the RNAV approaches. So for those first few tries, make sure you use that. Next, I got to choose the star or arrival procedure that I'm going to be using, and we saw this in Simbrief when we were planning the flight. It's quite why we chose a route that had an arrival listed, because it makes this part of prepping the MCU a lot better. So on that flight plan, we're going to be flying the BIAR 5 arrival, so I just have to click BIAR 5. That done, it's going to come up with a screen where I need to pick which initial approach fix or via that I'm going to be using for my approach. I'm going to leave this to no vias because you don't really need to select something, and the approach is going to work out fine. And I'm going to do the same thing for the transition, just like we did for departure. I'm going to pick that. All of my selections done, all I'm going to do now is press the insert button. My flight plan looks good at this point. I've got the whole thing prepped and ready to go, and I can walk through it all, and it all looks like it makes sense. So the next thing to do, just to get ready, is to check the RADNAV page. For your first flights, I don't think you actually spend any time at all on this page. This is where you would input any BIAR frequencies see on the multifunction display on top of the ones that are already in your flight plan, but it's completely optional. Right, we are almost there. The next step is to hit B page, which you get by pressing the in button and then pressing the right arrow key. The first is pretty easy. So we've got to load the zero fuel weight and the zero fuel weight gravity, and we can do that by just pressing those two options. As you can probably guess, this is the weight of the airplane without any fuel, but with everything else, and it's going to be by the MCU to do some calculations. Next, it's time to set the fuel, and the first thing this is go to the EFB, and I'm going to go to this walk. You can see number right here, 3,742, and that's how much kilograms we need to have on the airplane. What I do with that number is my first airplane with 3,000.
Keflavík Addis. Information Zulu 2007. Wind 132 degrees at 15 knots. Visibility 10 kilometers or more. Sky conditions scattered 2,400 feet. Broken 2,000 feet. Temperature 9er. Dew point 5. Moon H1006. Transition altitude 7,000. Transition level flight level 80. Landing runway 10. Departure runway 1.
I'm going to press this. It's a refuel here. Then with that done, I go back to the end. When you click that button, what happens is the MCU is calculating how much fuel it thinks you're going to need, right? And it's going to show you the number right above right here. And this is thousands. So 2.7 is really 2,000. You're going to notice this number is different from what we had on our flight plan. And you have to basically make a choice of this. When the number on the flight plan is bigger than what's in the block by the MCU, you actually use the number from the flight plan instead. So in this case, it was 3,702. So what I'm actually going to input is 3 planes. On the scratch pad, I'm going to load that into if the airplane is more fuel than what's proposed on the flight plan for Scenic, you should definitely use the number that is possible. And you should go back to the EFB and reload the amount of fuel that it's telling you to be installed. Finally, we've reached the last page, so we need to look at the curve page. Almost all in the A320 are done with flaps at the first position. So the first thing I'm going to input right here is the flap levels. And then I'm just going to load that right here. With that done, all is press the V1, BIAR, and V2 buttons twice. The first time it's going to propose number down the bottom, and I can get a second time below it. And I just do the same thing for all three. As you can probably guess, that's the V1 speed, which is the speed at which we can still stop on the line. BIAR is the speed at which we're going to rotate, and V2 is the speed that we can continue flying even if we were to lose one. With that done, we are pretty much ready to pull an already Next, do a pushback and taxi. That's my question. Next video for thoughts on the content in this video.
Keflavík
Keflavík Airport information Zulu 2000 Zulu. Wind 132 at 17. Visibility 9er. Sky condition. Ceiling 3200 broken. Temperature 9er. Dew point 13. QNH 1006. ILS Yankee runway 10 in use. Landing and departing runway 10. VFR aircraft say direction of flight. All aircraft read back. Hold short instructions. Advise controller on initial contact you have Zulu.
Request start clearance.
Ground. Swiss. Requesting pushback and start clearance. Okay, cleared to push and start. Swiss.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
Below the line.
Windows and doors.
Cabin crew, arm slides and cross-check.
Departure checks completed. Bypass pin inserted. Locking gear. Release parking brakes, please. Release parking brakes, please.
Closed.
Closed. Beacon.
On.
Thrust levers.
Idle.
Parking brake.
On.
Before start checklist complete.
Commencing push. All engines clear. Start at will.
Starting engine 2.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome on board our flight today. This is the lead flight attendant speaking. Please direct your attention to the cabin crew for important safety information. There is an instruction card in your seat pocket that illustrates the safety equipment on this aircraft. Regulations require compliance with this information as well as all crew instructions, lighted information signs, and posted placards. Fasten your seatbelt by inserting the metal tip into the buckle. Tighten by pulling on the belt. To release your seatbelt, lift the metal flap on the buckle. It is our policy that you keep your seatbelt fastened at all times while seated. Doors are clearly marked with exit signs and instructions for door operation. Each door is equipped with an escape slide. Locate the exit nearest you. The nearest exit may be behind you. In an emergency, lights will illuminate the aisle. The cabin is pressurized. If there is a loss of cabin pressure, a panel will open and oxygen masks will appear. Remain seated with your seatbelt fastened and pull a mask toward you to start the flow of oxygen. Oxygen will be flowing to the mask even though the bag may not inflate. Cover your nose and mouth with the mask, place the elastic band around your head, and tighten by pulling on the ends. secure your own mask before assisting others. Your seat bottom cushion may be used as a flotation device. Pull up and remove the cushion. Upon exiting the aircraft, place your arms around the cushion and hold on to the straps located on the back. This is a non-smoking flight. Smoking is not permitted in the
Starting
cabin
engine
or
1.
lavatories. Cabin lights will now be turned off. Reading light buttons are located above your seat. Thank you for your attention.
Flight attendants, please prepare for takeoff.
Cockpit to ground. We have a good engine start. You can disconnect.
Unlocking gear. Tow truck disconnected. Bypass pin removed. Left is clear. Right is clear.
After start checklist.
Anti-ice.
Off.
ECAM status.
Checked.
Pitch trim.
31% set.
Rudder trim.
0.
After start checklist complete.
Flight control check.
Ready. Full down. Full up. Neutral. Full left. Full right. Neutral.
Rudder.
Full right. Full left. Neutral.
Keflavík ground. Mike Whiskey Alpha 2428, stand 49er. Request push and start clearance.
Mike Whiskey Alpha 2428, cleared for push and engine start.
Push and engine start approved. Mike Whiskey Alpha 2428. Keflavík ground. Mike Whiskey
Request
Alpha
taxi
2428,
clearance.
request
Ground.
taxi.
Hits, Swiss, ready to taxi.
Mike Whiskey Alpha
Clear to
2428,
taxi. Swiss.
taxi to holding point runway 19er, via Kilo 3 Charlie 3 November 4.
Taxi to holding point runway 19er, via Kilo 3 Charlie 3 November 4, Mike Whiskey Alpha 2428.
Brake check.
Pressure 0.
Clear left side.
Clear right side.
Mike Whiskey Alpha 2428, taxi to holding point runway 19er, via Kilo 3 Charlie 3 November 4. Mike Whiskey Alpha 2428, taxi to holding point runway 19er, via Kilo 3 Charlie 3 November 4.
Taxi to holding point runway 19er, via Kilo 3 Charlie 3 November 4, Mike Whiskey Alpha 2428.
Checked.
Checked. Flight instruments.
Before takeoff checklist.
Flight controls.
Checked.
Checked. Briefing.
Confirmed.
Flap setting.
Config 1 plus F.
Config 1 plus F. V1, VR, V2, flex temp.
Mike Whiskey Alpha 2428, taxi to holding point runway 19er, via Kilo 2 Echo 4.
149.
V1, 143.
Taxi to holding point runway 19er, via Kilo 2 Echo 4,
ATC.
Mike Whiskey Alpha 2428.
Set.
ECAM memo.
Takeoff, no blue.
Down to the line.
Request takeoff clearance.
Tower, Swiss, ready for departure. Cleared for departure, Swiss.
Keflavík ground. Iceland 634. Runway vacated.
Iceland 634. Taxi to stand 17. Clear Echo 4 November 12.
Taxi to stand 17. Via Echo 4 November 12. Iceland 634.
Ah.
Ne oldu be?
Konk device diyor manyak mı? Allah
Bob Marley Faruk.
Ne basacağız baba? Hah. Budur. Budur access. Dart yapmışız baba.
Ne var lan paşa?
Geldin mi lan eve?
Çoktan.
Aa.
Tabii canım 10.30'da evdeydim ya.
Ha.
Parayı aldım kaçtım baba. Ay iyi yorulmuşum bu hafta be. Eve gelince rahatladım böyle. Paşa, bokunu çıkartma çocuğu. Lütfen. Ne istiyorsun? Ne istiyorsun? Satıcık çıkalım mı? Niye geldin? Niye
Neden
geldin?
böyle yapıyor bu abi? Gene mi ters yaptık ya? Yok. Demin de ters oluyordu. Niye ters oluyordu? Niye ters oluyordu? Inverted yapmayacağız diyor. Okey. Sevmek. Bayağı bir şeyle karşı. Lan bu sol kolla kullanmak çok şey ya.
Ya sen şeye geçtin değil mi?
Nasıl
Sol
bunu
kola.
yapıyorlar
Sağ
abi?
al baba.
Yok
Sağ
abi.
ol.
Hayır abi. Orijinali sol abi.
Yani ona göre alışacağım baba. Rudder'ı tutturamıyor değil mi?
Ya rudder çok kötü ya.
Ben de denedim benimkini de sola aldım. Yok abi bir sağa gidiyorum bir sola gidiyorum.
Döndürüyorum rudder'ı. Bak yine ters. Adamın tersi dönüyor ya.
Ters abi ben
Mike
de
Whiskey
bir
Alpha
sağa gidiyorum, bir sola
2428.
gidiyorum.
Contact Keflavík Tower 118.3.
Bir de ayarlaması da zor abi.
Keflavík Tower 118.3. Mike Whiskey Alpha 2428.
Adamlar alışmış yapıyor.
Below the line.
Take off runway.
Öyle manuel oku sol tarafta
Keflavík
hiç
Tower.
Approach
Mike
path
Whiskey
clear
Alpha 2428. Runway 19er ready for departure.
Mike Whiskey Alpha
Confirmed.
2428.
Cabin
Wind 132 degrees at 18 knots. Runway 19er cleared for takeoff.
Advised.
TCAS.
Runway 19er cleared for
Engine mode
takeoff.
selector.
Mike Whiskey Alpha 2428.
Packs.
Packs are off.
Before takeoff checklist complete.
Evet baba. Take off yapabiliriz.
Take off baba.
Make off yapıyoruz baba.
Ulan deli. Oğlum. Yak bu çocuk ya. Akşam olunca deliriyor herif ya. Git.
Hazır mısın baba?
Yapıştır baba.
EasyJet kalkıyor EasyJet.
Besmele çek, besmele çek. Annen yanında olsaydı öyle derdi. Biz besmele çek oğlum.
Sağa bak, sola bakacaksın. Sağa bakacaksın. Ah. Civciv de burada bak.
Nereye gidiyorsun? Aynı yere mi?
Yok abi be. Evet baba. Öf sese bak be. Aynı. Sanki uçağın içinde oturuyorum ha.
Check.
Take off.
Mike Whiskey Alpha 2428. Contact Keflavík approach 119.3.
Runway, autocross group.
Checked.
Gear up.
Check speed.
119.3. Mike Whiskey Alpha 2428. Keflavík approach. Mike Whiskey Alpha 2428. Loop 3 Charlie departure. Passing 800, climbing to 6,000.
AP1.
Mike Whiskey
Check.
Alpha 2428, radar contact. Continue climb 6000. QNH 1005.
Continue climb 6,000. QNH 1005. Mike Whiskey Alpha 2428.
Climb.
Check. Packs are on.
Out start.
Check.
Manual flight.
Check.
AP1.
Check. 1,000 to go.
Check. Out.
Check.
Mike Whiskey Alpha 2428, FL. Y direct Kilo Foxtrot 244. Continue as filed.
Direct Kilo Foxtrot 244.
Check.
Mike Whiskey Alpha 2428.
Gear up.
Check speed.
Gear up.
Check speed.
Gear up.
Check speed.
You do that.
Check speed.
Up.
Flaps.
After takeoff,
Is it
climb
tricky?
checklist.
Landing gear.
Retracted.
Packs.
Packs are on.
Down to the line.
Clear red mat.
Okay.
Uçak kalkmış havada checklist yapıyor. Uçağı düşürecekler. Yerdeyken yapsana.
Below the line.
Oğlum,
Barrel
after
rep.
take-off checklist o. Kalkıştan sonraki checklist o.
Standard set.
Standard set. After takeoff, climb checklist complete.
Aha. Tamam baba.
Center mı çağır? Kaç. Center mı çağır?
Yok.
Eskiden center çağırınca kaçıyorduk ya. İva'da. Ne günlerdi ya. Mehmet'in eli ayağına dolaşıyordu. Eğilik veriyor. Bu salak gazı kapatmış. Edik ayarlıyorum diye uçak düştü.
Mutabık.
Ya mutabık ama herif edik veriyor diyor. Sağ diyor 0.90 diyor. Bu da gazı getiriyor 0.90 uçak düşüyor aşağı. Spiti getiriyor 0.90'a getiriyor uçak düşüyor aşağı. Hocam
AP1
0.90
check.
yaptım ama uçak alçalmaya geçti. Ulan ne günlerdi be.
Manual flight.
Check.
Ah.
Ne bu ya? Kafalar okuyor. Right ground.
Wizard 1168, climb and maintain flight level 100.
Climb and maintain flight level 100. Wizard 1168.
Evet baba.
AP1.
Check.
Babalar gibi mi?
Abi niye 462'ye gittik böyle?
Yo.
Manual flight.
Check.
Al.
Yan çevirim mi diyorum ben? Ne dönüyor? Buna basacağız. Niye? Çoklu konut moduna bağlı manzara modunu göremezsiniz. Hangi gaz kes? Gaz kolunu CL'ye yazsana mı?
Abi kehribar gibi uçuyorum. Daha ne istiyorsun ya?
Gaz kolunu CL yaptın mı? Yok, full gazla.
Lan CL'de nasıl bir gazla ya?
CL
Mike Whiskey Alpha 2428, maintain flight level 70.
Center çalıyor.
Maintain flight level 70. Mike Whiskey Alpha 2428.
Co-pilota bak nasıl konuşuyor.
Aynen baba. Bak gözlüğü de takmış dibini.
5 kişi varmış burada. Kimmiş bunlar? Ecnebiler gelmiş. Orada oralet bardağı var, onu kaldırıyor.
Kontisent. Bana öyle
01168, climb and maintain flight level 130.
22 mil sonra inmeye başlayacağız baba.
Climb and maintain flight level
Yakın yer
130.
yap.
Wizz Air 1168.
Mike Whiskey Alpha 2428, climb and maintain flight level 100.
Diyor viski mi içelim ya?
Climb and maintain flight level 100. Mike Whiskey Alpha 2428.
Manual flight.
Check.
Radnav'dan dolayı mı yapıyor?
Atıyor baba işte, ne bileyim.
Hayır atmıyor, ben attırıyorum da. Dün ne güzel gidiyordu. Dün doğru yapmamıştık, gidiyordu. Bugün sözde doğru yaptık.
Manuel gidiyor şu anda.
Aynen baba.
Autopilottan çıkmış.
Beni hala geri getirmeye çalışıyor. Nedense. Anlayamadım orayı.
Wizz Air 1168, climb flight level 210.
Climb flight level 210. Wizz Air 1168.
Ha? Ben bir şey yapmadım oğlum. Yo. Ha, inaktivite olmuş olduğumuz için. Yani aktiflik yapmamışız bir şey. Kendimi göstermiyorum ya diyor. Kendini göstereceğim burada.
Mike Whiskey Alpha 2428, maintain flight level 120.
Maintain flight level 120. Mike Whiskey Alpha 2428.
Aha.
AP1.
Check.
Dön bakalım nereye döneceksin? Bırakıyorum şimdi dönsün. Dönsün bakalım, bilmiyorum. Nereye dönecekse bir dönsün bakalım da anlayalım nereye dönecek.
Acaba trafik vardı da şey yapalım mı ben de?
Bilmiyorum. Ha millet tabii yazmış ben cevap vermedim ya ondan. Şeylerle niye konuşmuyorsunuz diyor.
Mike Whiskey Alpha 2428, fly direct to Asker. Continuous filed.
Burada milletle mi konuşacağız?
Direct Asker. Mike Whiskey Alpha 2428.
01168, contact rig, Keflavík Center 119.7.
Reykjavik Center 119.7. Wizard 1168.
Bu ne ya? Şuraya bak. Planı doğru yapamadık abi. Planı doğru yapamadık. Baksana plan karışık kuruşuk burada. Şuraya bak. BIKF. Buradan kalktık zaten böyle dönecekti. Şimdi tekrar geri dönüyor. Öğrensin bakalım. Öğreneceğiz baba, böyle öğreniyorsun işte. Hayır, Boeing'de ne güzel seçiyorsun, buraya git diyorsun, o oraya gidiyor. KF diyor burada. KF yok. Top diyor, Luther'e gitmem lazım benim, Luther'e bak. Bakıyorum işte şeyde kola ekliyorum da bu FMC başka bir FMC baba. Luther yok. MCDU diyorlar.
Ben bir ara tablete yüklemiştim diye yapıyorsun.
462 diyor. 452 var bizde. Evet.
Open climb.
Check.
Instagram'dan ne yapamıyorsun?
Ha? Ya tekrar bağlanırım canım. Fark etmez, tekrar bağlanırım ya. Bak hazırım. Al bir daha bağlıyorum şu anda.
Outstart.
Check.
Olay. Gene bağladım. Aynı yerden bağladım da bak. Ay going like wow. Ne diyor burada?
1000 to go. Check.
Nasıl bağlandık ya? Gelir şimdi ya. Sağ hocam, selamlar.
Out. Check.
Selamlar hocam, merhaba, hoş geldin. Yolculuk İzlanda'da hocam, İzlanda. Ya çok şey ya, fena ya. Rotayı tam veremedik. Smoky, company message. Bunun heading'ini nasıl veriyoruz abi, heading'i?
Heading'e bas üstüne. Ben şimdi şeyinde map ekranda heading yazıyor ya. Yok geçmedi daha heading.
Nasıl basıyorsun bunlar ki?
Map ekranı var ya, zıplıyorsun derken. Nav yazıyor.
Basıyorum. Nereden nav yazıyor ya?
Tekerlek bak. Göstergenin üstünde nav yazıyor ya. Ortada.
Figure 1168, climb flight level 210.
Göstergesi ya, map ekranı önünde ya. Önündeki sağ.
Climb flight level 210. Wizard 1168.
Önünde saat var ya.
Burada mı?
Rotanın yanındaki ya. Abi map ekranı aynı.
Map burada.
Onun yanındaki.
Bu mu?
En baştaki, en soldaki. En
Bu.
soldaki. Hayır, en sola git.
Ola.
Orası map ekranı işte. Soldaki, önündeki göster, orası işte map ya. Abi yazıyor, oraya bastığında da heading olacak.
Ne olmuyor?
Tekerlekle bas.
Yok abi, olmuyor.
Oraya basmayacaksın. Heading düğmesi var ya. Instrument panelde. Oraya basacaksın. Oraya tekerlekle bas.
Allah Allah.
Alex, aircraft dedi.
Heading.
Ama abi heading'e geçmesi lazım. Heading söylediği zaman abi heading yazması lazım.
Kontrolü yok bak. Abi işte o senin gibi olmuyor bana size.
Ben de heading yapıyor. Şeye bas. Belediyenin yanında iyileştiymiş o evet o. O heading bende çalışmıyor mesela.
Abi senin uçakta çalışır da bunda çalışmıyor işte öyle. Ama şu üstüne bastım, onun heading olması lazım bunun ya.
Evet, üstüne bastım, heading olması lazım. Ben şimdi bir anda bak, yok yazdı, bir de var, şeye bastım.
Yok ya, nav yazıyor bende baba.
Tamam. Şeye bas, oldu, üstteki ona bas.
Basıyorum, olmuyor. Olmuyor.
Ona bas da heading çevir. Ona bir kere bas.
Halbuki bak, üstüne gittim, el oluyor, el oldum mu basması lazım, buna basmıyor.
Evet, basıyor, sağ, sol, tekerlek, hepsi çalışıyor onda.
Hayret. Kılavuzun karbonası burnu kurt. Serdar sen. Kılavuzu kargo.
Ben şimdi dizmeye çekiyorum, uçağı kaldırırken.
Serdar uçağı Kadıköy Pendik minibüsler gibi sürdüğü için o diyor ki bas diyor, olsun diyor, ama olmuyor bu işte. bu alengirli. Serdar bir de yan oturuyor, böyle kolunu da çıkarıyor dışarıya.
Figure 1168, climb and maintain flight level 130.
Climb and maintain flight level 130. Wizard 1168.
Manual flight check.
Şimdi mi olacak? Yok.
AP1 check.
Heading. Crack diyor baba.
Tamam şimdi heading'de oyna, heading'de bas.
Yine basmıyor. Halbuki buna ben anlamadım yani, bunu bastım mı bak şeyi veriyor. Görüyorum şeyi. Ama bunu bastım mı döndürmesi lazım normalde. Şimdi ben 260 dereceye mesela hesapladım. 265 dereceye dön dedim. Burada da görüyorum maviyi. Ama şunun üstüne bastım mı dönmeye başlaması lazım. O başlamıyor.
Çıkmıyor ki.
Allah Allah.
PD'yi kapat bakayım. PD'yi kapat. Ailesinin yanındaki PD'yi.
Figure 1168, climb and maintain flight level 130.
Ya kapatsan da abi bunu kapatmadan da basması lazım. Boeing de yapıyor. Boeing'de problem değil abi. Airbus'lar biraz alengirli ya. Normalde şu anda her şey doğru aslında.
Manual flight.
Check.
AP1.
Check.
Şu anda bak bunu verdim mi derecesini ayarlayabiliyoruz. 250 diyelim, 250 dereceyle dön. Şimdi burada heading'e bastım mı döndürmesi lazım onu. Aa, döndürmüyor. Şeyi yeniden alalım.
Burada bir şey var. Onlar nerede? Ortada doğru.
Onlar doğru canım. Buradan flight planı tekrar. Program.
Bir şeyleri eksilterek mi onlar? Oradaki vektörleri çıkarma.
Init request. Tekrar dolduralım abi. Flight plan. Şimdi şu continuity'yi çıkaralım buradan. Olmuyor. Heh. Şimdi onu çıkardık oradan. BIAR dedik. BIAR'a basalım. Arrival. ILS 1'e gideceğiz. Translation istemez. Insert. Yine ver bunu. Bas baba. Bunu çıkar. Not allowed diyor. Luther. Şimdi o zaman Luther'e gitsin. Hopla. Not allowed. Sil bunu. Drop off descent. Peki. Şu anda ILS 41 BIAR tamam. Drop off descent burada. Ne nasıl? Askur'a gitsin babam. Askur. Ah, elim ağrıdı ya. Abi enable hold diyoruz buna. Discontinuity dedi. Askur. Insert. Askur. Clear. Olmuyor. Clear. Bunu sil. Allowed diyor. O zaman Bunu sileceğiz hemen. Aha. Top of descent BIAR. Abi. Ah Serdar, sen yok musun sen? Hep senin yüzünden oluyor bunlar. İndiler. Ben şimdi çoktan inmiştin zaten biliyorum. Yok.
Manual flight.
Check.
Aa nereye gittik ya? Muter'e dönmemiz gerekiyor. Ta nereye gittik? Oo. Evet baba. Ha? Plan orada da işte ben anlamadım. Otomatiğe autopilota aldığım zaman geri döndürüyor uçağı. Onu anlamıyorum ben.
AP1.
Check.
Dur bakalım. Şimdi anlayacağız. Ya 10.000 yazıyor aslında. 12.000'e çıkacağız aslında da. Bakmadım da var.
Biliyorum her şeyin yanında, elektronun yanında.
Nerede?
Bak orada bak. Hemen sağındaki düğme. İlk düğme. Bak orada zaten cam yazıyor. Ha, bak.
Aha.
Bak şimdi öndeki ekrana bak.
Ya senin uçak da bu başka bu. Fly by wire bu ya.
Ama onda da oluyor. Onda oluyor zaten. Öbürkünde olmuyor benim.
Hani nerede?
Bak yanında bir küçük düğme daha var orada. Küçük düğme daha var yanında.
Bu mu?
Hemen yanında hemen.
Abi,
Yanında.
abi video.
Bak önüne bak şimdi gördün mü? Boyutları gösteriyor.
Ya.
O ses geçiyor. Neredesin?
Bu ne cübük? Selamlar. Mina Hanım hoş geldiniz. Merhaba. O pilot Serdar. Şu an. Kılavuz. Kılavuz Serdar Hanım. Serdar Bey. Abi işte birkaç bak şurası bizim şey işte. Plan bu.
Manual flight.
Check.
Teşekkürler sağ olun. Ha? Hoş geldiniz. Welcome my friends. Welcome. Welcome.
1,000 to go. Check.
Lütfen. Discontinuity var. Discontinuity. Discontinuity. Radio nav. Yes. Okay. Hold. Insert. koyamıyoruz. Virtüel kamerayı buluyor. 25 dakikada diyor. 25 dakikada bak. Böyle unlock virtüel kamera. Going unlock virtual camera by going live on live studio 1 more time for few on each. Tamam gittik. Video koyalım.
Keflavík Center, WA 2428, Mike Whiskey Alpha 2428, is type Airbus A320neo, 20 miles southwest of Bravo India Sierra Foxtrot, 9700. Request clearance to transition, Charlie Airspace.
MWA 2428, Mike Whiskey Alpha 2428, Reykjavik Center, Squawk 0 Tree 54.
AP1.
Check.
MWA 2428, Mike Whiskey Alpha 2428, acknowledge last transmission.
Bakalım bir gitsin bakalım da. Burada doğru Luther yazıyor. İşte Luther'e geliyoruz şu anda. Luther burası. Burada da top of descent olacak zaten. Ondan sonra Astro'dan BIAR'a inecek. Yes, it is worked. Really nice game. No problem, Mother. You can play it with everything. You can also with keyboard and mouse. Yeah, you can play also.
Manual flight.
Check.
ATC services terminated. Good day.
Manyak bir şey ya TikTok harbiden. Yok kapatmanı da yani bu oyun aslında yani.
AP1.
Check.
Yok kimse yok kimseyle konuşmuyorum. Şunu da kapatıyorum. Manyaksın sen. Ay uygulama değil ki bu baba. Ay uygulama değil ki bu, zaten TikTok Live Studio oyun için bu abi. YouTube başka, YouTube şeyden, OBS'den yayın yapıyor.
Open climb.
Check.
Outstar.
Check. $1,000 to go.
Check.
Yaşamam lazım. Güzel.
Out. Check.
Manual flight.
Check.
Mike Whiskey Alpha 2428. Climb flight level 210.
Climb flight level 210. Mike Whiskey Alpha 2428.
Cruiser 1168, contact rate. Phoenix at 119 decimal 7.
119 decimal 7. Wizard 1168.
Ladies and gentlemen, in just a few moments we'll begin our meal service for the flight. Please refer to the menu given to you on boarding for the 2 meal choices and your beverage choices available. We request that you keep the aisles clear to assist the flight attendants to serve you efficiently and also for your own safety. Thank you.
Mike Whiskey Alpha 2428, Contact rake. Civic Center 119.7.
Contact rake. Civic Center 119.7. Mike Whiskey Alpha 2428. Rake, Civic Center. Mike Whiskey Alpha 2428 inbound Asker. Passing flight level 230 descending to flight level 210.
Mike Whiskey Alpha 2428. Radar contact. Descend and maintain flight level 230.
Descend and maintain flight level 230. Mike Whiskey Alpha 2428.
Mike Whiskey Alpha 2428. Expect a LS approach runway 01.
Expect ILS approach runway 01. Mike Whiskey Alpha 2428.
Mike Whiskey Alpha 2428. When ready, descend flight level 190.
When ready, descend flight level 190. Mike Whiskey Alpha 2428.
Mike Whiskey Alpha 2428. Contact Akureyri approach 118.2.
Contact Akureyri approach 118.2. Mike Whiskey Alpha 2428. Akureyri approach. Mike Whiskey Alpha 2428 inbound Asker. Passing flight level 280 descending to flight level 190.
Mike Whiskey Alpha 2428 identified. Continue descent 4,800. Point H1008.
Continue descent 4,800. Point H1008. Mike Whiskey Alpha 2428.
Özelimiz olmadı ya. Mantıklıyım lan, gelmişim zaten ineceğim. güzel iniş yapıyor. Yanlama da ben discontinuous diyorum. Ne bileyim.
AP1.
Check.
Ama şeye geçtik ya. Ortaya gel. Ama dün kendim yapmıştım. Onda olmuştu ya. Right.
Mike Whiskey Alpha 2428, turn left heading 050.
Left heading 050. Mike Whiskey Alpha 2428.
You have control.
I have control.
I have control.
You have control.
Approach checklist.
Briefing.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again from the flight deck, this is the captain speaking. We're going to begin our initial descent here momentarily. At this time, I'm going to turn the seatbelt sign back on, so please return your seats and keep your seatbelts securely fastened until the aircraft has come to a stop at the gate and the seatbelt sign has been turned off. It's been our pleasure having you on board for today's flight, and we hope to see you back on a future flight again real soon. Flight attendants, please prepare the cabin for arrival. Manual flight.
Check.
Mike Whiskey Alpha 2428, turn left heading 035.
Left heading 035. Mike Whiskey Alpha 2428.
Cabin crew, prepare for arrival.
6 ay kış, 6 ay günlük olan. Elin ayağı mı? Ayağı getireyim. Söylemiştim, nasıl görmüyor suratını. Yanakları. Siz söylediniz.
Mike Whiskey Alpha 2428, turn left heading 020.
Left heading 020. Mike Whiskey Alpha 2428.
Mike Whiskey Alpha 2428, turn left heading 005.
Left heading 005. Mike Whiskey Alpha 2428.
Mike Whiskey Alpha 2428, turn left heading 345.
Left heading 345. Mike Whiskey Alpha 2428.
Mike Whiskey Alpha 2428, turn left heading 285.
Left heading 285. Mike Whiskey Alpha 2428.
Mike Whiskey Alpha 2428, turn left heading 215.
Left heading 215. Mike Whiskey Alpha 2428.
Mike Whiskey Alpha 2428, turn left heading 190.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be arriving at our destination.
Left heading 190. Mike Whiskey Alpha 2428.
The customer service agent being this flight or video monitors inside the terminal for connecting gate.
Mike Whiskey Alpha 2428, turn left heading 280.
We'll now walk through the cabin to secure it for landing. We'll be
Left heading 280. Mike Whiskey Alpha 2428.
to discard or may not be taking off the aircraft with you. Also in preparation for landing, please turn off all electronic devices. Stow these devices and all other carry-on items. Please use caution when opening overhead bins as items may have shifted during our flight. Please stow your tray tables and return your seats to their upright position and check the security of your seatbelts. We will be landing shortly. Thank you.
Mike Whiskey Alpha 2428, turn right heading 145.
Right heading 145. Mike Whiskey Alpha 2428.
Radar
Mike
altimeter
Whiskey
live.
Alpha 2428,
Check.
turn right heading 110.
Right heading 110. Mike Whiskey Alpha 2428.
$1,000 to go. Check.
Too low. Terrain.
Mike Whiskey Alpha 2428, turn right heading 125.
Right heading 125. Mike Whiskey Alpha 2428.
Too
Check.
low. Terrain. Too low. Terrain.
Mike Whiskey Alpha 2428, turn left heading 180.
Left heading 180. Mike Whiskey Alpha 2428.
Mike Whiskey Alpha 2428, turn left heading 235.
Left heading 235. Mike Whiskey Alpha 2428.
Mike Whiskey Alpha 2428, turn right heading 175.
Right heading 175. Mike Whiskey Alpha 2428.
Mike Whiskey Alpha 2428, turn right heading 155.
Right heading 155. Mike Whiskey Alpha 2428.
Mike Whiskey Alpha 2428, turn left heading 215.
Left heading 215. Mike Whiskey Alpha 2428.
Mike Whiskey Alpha 2428, turn left heading 195.
Left heading 195. Mike Whiskey Alpha 2428.
spoilers, reverse grain, decel.
Mike Whiskey Alpha 2428, turn right heading 145.
Mike Whiskey Alpha 2428, report vacated. Report vacated. Mike Whiskey Alpha 2428.
Mike Whiskey Alpha 2428, turn right heading 145.
Right heading 145. Mike Whiskey Alpha 2428. Akureyri Tower, Mike Whiskey Alpha 2428, runway vacated.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the conclusion of our flight. Please remain seated with your seatbelt
Mike Whiskey Alpha 2428, taxi to 2.
seatbelt sign and the aircraft is parked safely at the gate.
Taxi to 2, Mike Whiskey Alpha 2428.
Cabin, gather your belongings, and disembark. We'd like to thank you for flying with us today. We appreciate your business and hope to see you again on a future flight.
Vay be.
Abi keyifsiz kırmızıcı. Yapma.